please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you and good morning. The first thing on our agenda today is the consent agenda. This might take a minute. We have the approval of the minutes from August 1st and August 7th. Approve payroll, approve and sign contracts for special funding, approve vouchers, approve and sign monthly earnings and collection statements, clerk of district court, and sheriff, approve and allow chair to sign TANF for FY24, approve and sign letter of support for YDOT grant application, approve and sign support letters for Yellowstone infrastructure projects, Yellowstone Park, approve out-of-state travel for the events department, approve out-of-state travel for the public works department, approve and allow chair to sign hyper-reach contract for the Park County Sheriff's Office, approve and allow chair to sign shared maintenance agreement with the U.S. Forest Service, approve and sign letter of support for the Park County Library Award nomination, and approve and sign letter of support for Charter Communications to extend broadband infrastructure into Park County. I think that's all.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. A couple minutes while they get ready.
Oh, yeah. That's just that in one page.
Okay, thank you. This one's this one. Let's go. Okay, being 9:35, we have a public hearing. Kim Delavan, Jenny, Park County Planning and Zoning. If you would present the public hearing for Rivers Ridge Minor Subdivision 74 sketch plan.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So this property, the zoning is GR5, the planning area is coding local. We did receive an application for this minor subdivision in March of this year for Morrison and Merrily as the applicant on behalf of the actual landowners. The original, it was called, the name of this minor was originally to be Herman's Crow minor subdivision, but the landowners requested a change to River Ridge. So that's what we're going with now, minor subdivision 74. And with the application, we did receive notice of intent to subdivide and other documents. So we did receive a revised sketch plan on April 7th of this year. Those are figures 1 and 2. And you'll notice in those figures, you had a chance to see those in addition to the lots, the legend, the line table. One of those pages had notes. The other page also had, instead of notes, it had easements. So the reason for the 2 figures. So the applicants request approval of this 3-lot subdivision. One lot will be 1.57 acres. One lot will be 4.78 acres. One lot will be 19.66 acres, all for residential use. These are currently two separate properties. Parcel 1 is lot 2 of the HVB2 simple subdivision, which will be vacated should this be approved. And parcel 2 is the Harvey parcel, which is just north of lot 2 of that HVB2 lot 2 simple subdivision. And lot 2 is 13.99 acres. So parcel 1, the ownership is Ms. Crow and Ms. Hermans, and parcel 2, the ownership is Mr. Harvey. And again, in figures 1 and 2, Madam Chair, you see copies of that sketch plan. And then in our staff report, we have a legal description at the top of page 4. Just below that, we have a note. So I just want to briefly talk about that. So when you talk about lot 18, which is the Harvey property, it's adjacent to the Shoshone River. So there is a meander line boundary. The property, my understanding, goes to the center of the river. However, on the sketch plan, you see a line drawn which is west of that, and that's to account for the fact that the river will often meander. And so essentially what happens is meandering is used to determine upland acreage, and historically only usable land is included, which is reflected by the east boundary of lot 18, as you can see on the sketch plan. So for purposes of this subdivision, we're recommending essentially talking about land east of that eastern boundary of lane 18. So land that's owned by Harvey east of that blue line to be designated as unusable land and no build area. So we recommend that note be on the final plat. And again, that's just because of the meander line. Essentially distinguishing between a survey line and the center of the river. So in terms of location, you can see in figure 3, this property is approximately 5 miles northeast of Cody, 3/4 of a mile east of Highway 14A. It's at the end of Rivers Ridge Road. Parcel 1 has an address of 28 Rivers Ridge Road, and parcel 2 is addressed as 32 Rivers Ridge Road. I mentioned that this property is in a GR5 zoning district. Also, Madam Chair, the applicant's request to subdivide this property based on lot size averaging, and because it is in GR5, conditions are no lot shall be created smaller than the special minimum lot size, which in GR5 is 1 acre, and the average of all lots shall equal or exceed the minimum lot size, which in GR5, of course, is 5 acres. And so those 2 conditions have met for lot size averaging. And again, that's what the applicants and what the property owners would like to do. And we have an explanation of that on page 5 and 6. In terms of site characteristics, the lands on these proposed lots are all developed. Each has a permitted residence and septic. Only lands on proposed lot 3 are actively irrigated. They're in hay production. Each lot will have irrigation water rights. You can see in figure 5 a topo map, and the lands are relatively flat. However, east of the property is a steep slope because you do have a river and not part of the subdivision. And according to the National Wetlands Inventory, there are wetlands or potential wetlands identified on this property, western portion of proposed lot 3 and east of that meander line along the Shoshone River. So really 2 separate sections of wetlands. In terms of neighboring land use, you can see in figure 6, neighboring land uses are primarily residential. However, there is a Bureau of Rec managed piece of land and BLM managed land to the south and east of this property. There's a Heart Mountain Estate subdivision to the northwest, and lot 2 of the HVB2 simple subdivision is west of this property. This property is not within a mile of the city of Cody, so municipal review is not required. Notice of intent to subdivide was published March 16th and 23rd, Cody Enterprise. This is a public hearing, obviously is a sketch plan. That notice was in the Cody Enterprise on August 1 and August 8. On July 28th, certified notice was mailed to other property owners. We notified agencies. TCT responded. They said they would likely be able to provide communication service. Postal Service said addresses will be from Cody when lots are proposed. Fire department, they provided a response. They said the type of equipment they would use should there be an emergency. Black Hills Energy talked about a line they have along Corbett Road. However, that's 2,000 approximately feet away from this property. They would need to install a line. Given that, natural gas is not required to be stubbed to these lots. Cody Conservation District, they provided a cover letter. 4 soils types were shown in the soils report, and they talked about any conditions they may have and the reasons for those conditions. Park County School District 6 said they would be able to provide transportation. Park County Treasurer said the last email, property taxes now are fully paid for this property. DEQ responded their standard letter. Garden Light and Power stated that they currently provide electricity to each of the proposed lots. Heart Mountain Irrigation, we've had several conversations with them. The last conversation in July of this year said they did receive a water distribution plan that had been revised and that had been approved by their commission. We received a response from Game and Fish. They have no terrestrial wildlife comments. We've had several comments received from Public Works. Originally back in March, Public Works made some comments. They talked about a shared driveway to proposed lots 1 and 2, a cul-de-sac. They talked about the surface and width of both Corbett Road and Rivers Ridge Road. They also mentioned that should this be approved, any future subdivision along Corbett or Rivers Ridge involving added traffic would likely require additional easements and widening of both those roads. Public Works also recommended, should the subdivision be approved, that the property owners should reach some kind of agreement regarding maintenance of the roads. So also, Madam Chair, as you remember, there was a request for administrative relief. Public Works granted that, and then ultimately what they said is they did not, Public Works, in my understanding, they would not require the road surface to change or the easements to change. Of course, there was an appeal of that administrative relief, and administrative relief was upheld by the county commissioners. Shoshone Irrigation District, we've had conversations with Shoshone. They do not want this subdivision to block their access. They do have property, I believe, to the south of this. Also, Hart Mountain and Shoshone confirmed that there is Corbett Tunnel partially going underneath this property, and they request a basically an easement or identification of an easement of 150 feet from the center of that, where that tunnel is. And I believe that's shown on the sketch plan, at least one of those pages. We've had a conversation with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding basically so close to the river and the fact that there's wetlands. Ultimately, we wanted a response from the Army Corps saying, is there anything required of the applicant at this point? Army Corps said, unless they have more detailed plans, they really couldn't make any specific details regarding any kind of requirements from the applicant. However, though, Army Corps did make a recommendation, and they did say a note, they'd like a note on the plat, any proposed development within potential waters of the U.S., including wetlands, should be reviewed and permitted by them. And so that, I believe, is a requirement that they request to be on the final plat, that should it be necessary, review and approval from them may be required. Weed and pest, we had a response from Mary. She did identify noxious weeds, and we do have a long-term noxious weed management plan that has been approved by her. Northwestern Water confirmed that they do supply water to proposed lot 3 and proposed lot 1. WYDOT, we do have a response. They said that Corbett Road is currently permitted as a commercial access. And the proposed development, they said, is not considered a change of use, will not require a traffic input study. Madam Chair, we've had several public comments. We've had letters against the development, one letter in support. We did, as you know, we did have appeals of the Public Works decision to grant administrative relief. The county commissioners upheld that administrative relief. There was a pre-app meeting for the subdivision that occurred on December 8th of last year. We do have a title report. No new roads or shared driveways are proposed. However, lot owners of the proposed subdivision, should this be approved, will share in the maintenance responsibility of Rivers Ridge. And the proposed subdivision will also share use of Corbett Road with multiple properties. And there are no shared road maintenance agreement for either of these roads in place. However, I do understand that we do have something from the owners of this property that they will share in the maintenance of Rivers Ridge. We do have that document. Solid waste, of course, is available through private carriers. I won't reiterate any of the utilities. To our knowledge, we don't have any hazards on the property, except there's a possibility of high water table that was found when I believe a septic system was being proposed. Of course, there are steep slopes to the east by the river. Access currently is Rivers Ridge and Corbett Road coming from 14A. Madam Chair, there was some concern about the access on Rivers Ridge. As you know, we did get a letter on August 1st from Sovereign State Title Company that said their examination of the title said that they would be able to issue policies of the title insurance that would ensure legal access. Since then, as you know, we've received a new letter from Sovereign State that said we would likely require a lack of access exception to be shown on any commitments for title insurance on the lots as a result of, I guess, uncertainty regarding Rivers Ridge, that easement. So you're aware of that, Madam Chair. In terms of wastewater requirements, again, each lot is developed with an existing permitted septic system per test data. found perk rates from 40 to 20 to 7 minutes per inch, all reasonable perk rates. Excavation cuts were also done on the 3 proposed lots, 8 feet, 7 feet, and 12 feet. No groundwater was found in any of those. However, there was a different cut on lot 3 that found groundwater at 5 feet. So we're concerned there might be a chance of high groundwater on at least on proposed lot 3. Domestic water requirements, as I said, Northwestern Water has water to proposed lots 1 and 3. Domestic water to lot 2 will be provided by a newly drilled and on-site well. A permit from the state engineer's office was received to drill the well. To our knowledge, a final permit has not been received from the state engineer's office regarding that well. So it's our understanding there's some work that still needs to be done regarding that well with the state engineer's office. However, we did receive a water analysis. Total coliform was not detected. Neither was lead, nitrogen, or arsenic. TDS was reported at over 3,000 parts per million, which is high. Of course, TDS produces cloudy water, possibly an odor, and maybe taste effects. And there were some other things that were reported. So we do recommend that a note be placed on the plat that the water is considered safe for human consumption. However, treatment such as reverse osmosis is recommended for more palatable water. Ag impacts, each proposed lot is developed. There's existing irrigated cropland. It will remain in agriculture is our understanding. Water rights, this parcel is within the Heart Mountain Irrigation District. Again, a water distribution plan has been approved. Proposed lot 3, when we say holds riparian rights, that is a lot that BLM would say is riparian, essentially just because it borders the river. A road maintenance agreement or HOA will be required to address shared maintenance of common facilities maintained by lot owners. That is our conclusion in terms of design and improvement standards. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this sketch plan. They had a number of recommended conditions. I'll mention just a couple. 7 was a right-of-way permit from Public Works will not be required. However, Public Works commented that access approaches serving the lot shall meet their standards. And number 3, it was a site plan draw to scale showing proposed lot 1, showing the existing septic and a replacement leach field. That is the sheet that Jenny just gave you. So our conclusion is that condition has been met. We have a number of findings, Madam Chair. We have a number of recommended conditions. Jenny has agreed to read those.
There's a lot.
There are a lot of them. Yes. Number 1, the applicant shall provide all easements as requested by applicable utilities and special districts, irrigation districts, or public agencies providing services. The width of any utility easement shall be sufficient to allow adequate maintenance of the system, but in no case shall such utility easement be less than 20 feet in width. Easements must be identified on the final plat. Number 2, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat, quote, the eastern boundary of PLSS lot 18 being dependent upon the position of the Shoshone River is a perceived boundary which varies over time as the position of the river shifts. Meandering is the method used to determine upland acreage, and historically only usable land is included, which is reflected by the eastern boundary of lot 18 as shown hereon. For the purposes of the subdivision, land line east of the eastern boundary of lot 18 as shown shall be designated as unusable land or no build area. The applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Quote, lot size averaging was used to create subdivision lots smaller than 5 acres in the GR5 zoning district. In considering future division of lots 1, 2, and 3, none may be further divided unless authorized by county regulations or state statute in place at the time further division is proposed. Number 4, the applicant shall provide the approved water distribution plan to the Planning and Zoning Department for recording with the final plat. Number 5, the applicant shall identify the Corbett Tunnel on the final plat and place a note on the final plat that no building may be built within 150 feet of its center line. Number 6, regarding the potential wetlands shown on page 2 of the sketch plan, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat. Quote, any proposed development within potential waters of the U.S., including wetlands, shall be reviewed and or permitted by the United States Army Corps of Engineers regulatory program. It should be noted that it is unlawful to begin work without a Clean Water Act, Section 404, Department of the Army permit when one is required, end quote. Number 7, following board approval of the sketch plan and prior to the board's review of the final plat, the applicant shall submit an appropriate subdivision improvements agreement addressing all applicable required improvements, for example, irrigation infrastructure, etc., for review by staff and approval of the county attorney and the board. Number 8, the following board approval of the sketch plan and prior to the board's review of the final plat, the applicant shall submit an appropriate HOA if applicable to Planning and Zoning Department. Number 9, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat, quote, any access approach that is intended to serve the lots of the subdivision shall meet Park County Road and Bridge standards, end quote. Number 10, the applicant shall place the following condition on the final plat, quote, any future subdivision of River Ridge MS 74 will require Corbett Road and Rivers Ridge Road to be brought to Park County Road and Bridge standards that are in force at the time future subdivision is proposed, end quote. Number 11, the applicant shall place a note on the final plat, quote, due to restrictive layers and high groundwater, non-conventional septic systems may be required. End quote. Number 12, the applicant shall place a note on the final plat, quote, water quality appears to be safe for human consumption. However, treatment such as reverse osmosis is recommended for more palatable water, end quote. Number 13, the applicant shall place the following note on the final plat, quote, any proposed water wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation, end quote. Number 14, the applicant shall place a note on the final plat, quote, seller does not warrant to the purchaser that there are any rights to the natural flow of any stream within or adjacent to the proposed subdivision. Wyoming law does not recognize any riparian rights to the continued natural flow of a stream or river for persons living on the banks of a stream or river, end quote. Number 15, the applicant shall provide a site plan. Oops, that one can go away. Number 15 can be deleted. So number 15, the final plat shall contain a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991. And number 16, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306.
Would you mind repeating this?
Just one more. Yeah.
So Madam Chair, we believe, Jenny said, we believe proposed 15 recommended condition has been met.
Okay.
If you agree,
Okay.
certainly.
Okay. Any questions for staff at this point from the commissioners? Hearing none, I would open this for public comment on this subdivision proposal. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, good morning. I represent Ted Harvey and these ladies, well, Ted, who do I represent? All of them.
All of them.
You'd state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
I couldn't tell whether there's a condition, a proposed condition regarding the sovereign state title. I didn't see one, but the way I understand, sovereign state was saying there is legal access, legal easement, but they're not willing to issue a title policy or a title policy with the threat of litigation, which makes sense. You know, it's not too difficult to terrorize an insurer. If you're trying to find insurance and somebody is telling them, well, I'm going to sue if that goes forward, and then they just file a lawsuit and they don't want to do that. I've been involved with this for a number of years. We did the 2017 easement that gives access to lot 16, which is, I believe, parcel 2 in the subdivision. Mr. Harvey has access, legally enforceable access to his lot 18. And we don't see any problem. If you would like to have an opinion letter from us, we're happy to do that. But I would ask today that you just approve it with the condition that we provide an opinion as to access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public that would like to speak? If you'd come forward a little bit so we can hear you and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Jim Doherty, 51 Corbett Road. I am in possession of the letter that Mr. Simpson wrote in 2017, suggesting that it could not increase the burden on that easement. That's his term. That was a standard of easement law. He's now presumably saying that doesn't matter, that they can change that. I don't know which is incorrect, today or the letter in 2017. As for the letter, there were 2 letters from Southern Title. One saying, yeah, if you guys approve it, they'll give title insurance. However, when they were introduced to Mr. Simpson's letter, not any threat, just Mr. Simpson's letter, that's when they said, wait a minute. Not only is lot 18 a problem, all of the lots are a problem because of this issue of increasing easements, changing the lot lines. They don't correspond to the easements. So it isn't just a threat, it is a question of which is correct. Today's discussion, the letter that he might provide today, or the letter that he provided in 2017. And I believe as it relates to perpetual, the standard says that the easement has to be perpetual. Mr. Simpson at the time pointed that out, that he should go to the title insurance company, who should then pay for the corrected easement, making it perpetual. It is not, it was never done. Today it's not perpetual. The standards require that the easements be perpetual. So there are 3 items. One is Mr. Simpson's letter at the time, the easement or the title company that says we're not covering it. And that's a requirement. That was a requirement of the P&Z Commission, that they get an opinion that says it's insurable. The opinion from the title company is that it's not. And this issue of perpetual. So those are the 3 remaining issues.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, okay.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this issue before we have any other input? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I did write a letter of March 14, 2017 that you have in the packet. I think it's page 85, but that related directly to Ted Harvey's parcel and none of the others. What I recommended in this letter, that the title company obtain a new corrective access and utility easement, which it did, which is the July 5th, 2017 access and utility easement. I don't know what sovereign state title was, why they said they didn't want to insure it, but obviously they don't. But the question is, I don't believe my letter has anything to do with the issue at hand today. Because if an easement doesn't say it's perpetual and it doesn't say when it ends, what is it? It's perpetual. And if it grants access to heirs, successors, and assigns, it goes to heirs, successors, and assigns, which is what this one does. So there were remedies taken to clarify that there is access to lot 18. Ted Harvey has access to his lot 18. There is 2017 easement to lot 16, which is lot 2 in the subdivision. So I understand Mr. Doherty is upset about the subdivision, but I don't see any legal issues with the access. Burdening the easement, unduly burdening the easement. If that's an issue, then he can file suit. But I don't think that's a decision for you guys to determine whether it's unduly burdened by houses that are already there. So, thank you.
May I respond?
One more time shortly. Yes, please.
Well, for this.
No, that's fine.
Okay. His recommendation in the letter was that Mr. Harvey wanted to take his easement and apply it to the two lots that his mother and parent were buying. And Mr. Simpson said, you can't increase the burden of the easement to do that. You have to get a new easement. Now, Mr. Harvey wants to expand lot 18 again, an additional 5 acres. That increases the burden of the easement. It is the same principle as what Mr. Simpson opined on in 2017, taking the easement and expanding it over additional land. His opinion was that you couldn't do it. So it's exactly the same principle today. That he's trying to increase it without, the remedy is to establish a new easement. That's what he opined. Get a new easement to cover the additions to the property. That's what Mr. Simpson, I'm not an attorney, but that's what this attorney said. The title company looked at Mr. Simpson's letter, not any threat, his letter, and said, we're not covering this, we call it.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. If you'd stand and state your name, please, for the record.
My name's Ted Harvey. I live at 32 River Ridge Road. I'd just like to respond to Mr. Doherty. What he's talking about in that letter is Colin's letter said the easement that you already have for lot 18 cannot cover the new 12-acre lot.
Okay.
We then, after that letter, got the easement from 2017, which does provide access to that lot. So the idea that my existing easement was further burdened by the 12 acres is simply not true.
Okay. Thank you. No, we've heard enough, and we have the paper, I believe, unless anyone else from the commission would like to hear any more on the easement situation at this point. Okay. Any other public comments on the subdivision? Any other public comments on the request? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on MS 74 sketch plan. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, one thing, I didn't know if I should bring this up earlier when we had staff questions, but I have concern with the amount of conditions that are coming forth on this. Many of them are out of our hands. Number 6, number 9, number 12, number 13, number 14. In reference to number 6, I have issue with the potential of wetlands, and the Army Corps asking, it's a recommendation to be part of the waters of the U.S., which is an issue in itself. Putting this requirement on the plat, I don't believe is our problem. It was not required by the Army Corps of Engineers in their letter. It was just a recommendation, and I don't like the recommendation. Number 9 is basically the same as 17. It says you will follow regulations. So we're adding conditions that are already in there. Number 12, I have a question with more potable water. If it either has potable water or it doesn't. Number 13 is a state requirement. There's all kinds of requirements that are out of our jurisdiction. So putting a condition to enforce state requirements is not, in my opinion, part of it should be a condition. At any rate, if the applicant doesn't have a problem with it, I guess I don't. I believe we're going above and beyond in our planning and zoning, putting conditions that we don't control. That's my thoughts.
Any other comments from the board?
I agree. But with that, I'll still move that we approve the River Ridge minor subdivision 74 sketch plan
with conditions.
with condition,
Madam Chair,
Taking
condition.
out
with
15.
striking condition 15.
Thank you.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Rivers Ridge minor subdivision number 74, inclusive of the conditions excluding condition 15. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Would you consider restriking 6 and amending your motion? I just have heartburn with waters of the US issue in their land grab. And this is just aiding in their.
I'll leave that for the next one. This one's been put in front of them. I don't see if they don't have a problem with it, then I'm fine with it, but I think it's a note going forward.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion before you? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Resolution 2023.
Okay, thank you, Colleen.
Thank you. Our 10:05 agenda item is canceled,
Thank you.
so
Thanks, all.
we're actually good till 10:20,
Well,
so we're close.
May I ask a question about this 15, is that in or out?
15 is out.
Is not the condition,
No,
so it's been satisfied, is that what you're saying, or just
been satisfied.
it's been satisfied.
Okay. Thank you.
No, that one's been canceled.
Oh,
Sorry. I think you heard
Did
me.
you say?
I said that the
Canceled?
10:05 Ben is canceled. We've already
Yes, we
actually
did.
done that, and Mr. Edwards didn't realize it.
okay, Shelby.
Oh.
We completed that previously.
We get 2 breaks, or we can go on to board liaison updates?
If they want to grab a cup of coffee, otherwise we can go on.
Signed all of those.
I'm fine.
Oh, really?
Liaison updates.
Did you?
Let me pull out my.
What liaison you are?
No, I haven't. Make sure.
Was I supposed to sign on those?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No,
I think it has to go back.
it's gotta go
I
back.
must have missed a bunch of them.
Also, you said we got 2 to sign, so I just signed 2. Oh, so you didn't, oh,
Okay. Apparently there's a whole bunch more in there we missed.
You guys can use your stamp, grab it right there. We're just gonna. record with it.
Okay,
But yeah, all pages can be signed in.
But everybody else is too.
Scott, while he's signing, what you got for board liaison stuff?
Park County Rec. Just getting ready for the second wildfire. It's the budget is approved,
Oh,
the money now in.
okay.
First proposal was a very large one. It came from Rhodey female out of Matisse, and she's trying to put together Park County, the Matisse Rec. They had collected a large amount of money and did thank the county commissioners and the Park County board, Park County Rec board, but as we have discovered here, construction costs are different nowadays, and what it was 3 months ago are now completely different. So they have approved Roadhouse, they have gone through a number of cuts to that building, but are still somewhat shy of the figure that they're looking for, and they have to get the construction going by March to satisfy the slip board. So she is expected to maybe come before us once again for a little more help.
Us being the rec board or the commissioner?
The commissioners.
Okay.
So the rec board has said that they were interested in possibly of a match because Walmart has a match program too. So, but as far as the rec board is concerned, we like to deal with vouchers, paying things, concrete, which we did last year. So I think that what she is proposing is coming in and seeing if they can get actual funds for a match. Fair Board, there's a new complaint sheet out for anybody who was fielding complaints during the fair. The usual complaints card was not big enough, but one thing that did come up was the getting a vet to look at the animals that are coming in, especially the pigs. I guess there was a sick pig again this year, and it's nothing that will be transposed over to the public, but it did create some sick animals inside there. So that is something that we're going to be looking through the fair board. Also, basically dealing with some financials. You know, we went over to the audit from comparing it from the year before. Some things up, some things down. Beer garden sales were down, but I think that's because I was gone. So,
My best.
Lloyd,
Yeah.
you helped, but not enough. So I was out of town. As far as the pet group, they're still looking for somebody who can show up for their breakfast meetings. They like to have breakfast meetings. Yeah, we all thought that Lloyd might be somebody who likes breakfast that might be able to attend. I'm still working during that time, and so if he's maybe interested in the pet board, that might be a good
I have
idea.
breakfast at 4:30 to 5.
Okay.
They want to meet then.
Well, you could have
It's called lunch.
you could have a brunch, you could call it, so.
How often?
But I'll let Dossie talk about the library board, so,
How often's pet board? Once a month?
once a month. And they meet with
The pet.
yeah, they
Yeah.
meet with city administrators on it too. He's
This
part
is
of it with other
above
people.
and beyond the advisory board. This is separate from that.
Yeah, it's their main board of directors that they have, their meeting.
I've went to those.
Okay.
I went to the last one.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, I've been going.
Yeah, and I
They're
attend their,
actually considering splitting they put too much, it's once a month. And they're considering splitting their agenda to go every other week. They're still having. Yeah, I'm not really
well, I
keen on
attend
that.
some of their
They
other
need to
meetings.
cut through the
but-
bullshit and get right to the business, and then they can get it done, in my opinion. But
Yeah.
I'm not a voting member, but I did throw Dossie threw me under the bus on that one. So
I just asked you to go.
already, so
I just asked
Well,
you
thank
to
you
go.
very much. So,
Library board, they're still moving forward. You saw the nomination letter that we received, that Harriet Hageman had made a nomination for our county libraries for a national award. And so we did a letter of support for that this morning. They're still working. I don't think the consultant has come and walked through the library yet that they were talking to. I think that's within the next couple of weeks. And see what his thoughts are, being a library specialist, to what we can actually do with what we have existing or without quite as much construction change. Other than that, I think the libraries are doing a great job with their outreach. The van's going to Clark once a month minimum, maybe twice a month. They go to Wapiti School. They've gone to several places with their outreach van, and that seems to be working really well. Museum board, they've been going through and updating their policy manual to pretty much match ours with personnel policies. That's taken a little while to get through, and Mr. Skorick is reviewing all that, and it has pretty well matched ours. The other thing they're looking through is what they call ascension, or getting rid of some items that aren't necessarily what they need. There were some things that were cataloged into the Homesteader Museum, and I'll just use crayons as an example because somebody did it. They put them in the museum, and it's like, no. But in order for a museum to get rid of things like that, they have to go through a formal process. So at the board meetings, we've been doing a little bit of that. It happens. They are working on the sprinkler system is bad at the homesteaders, so Trevor is working with them on that. And I'm still working with Mr. Skorick on seeing what we're gonna do about the ownership on that building, because we don't own it, but I need to meet with the Legion and see where we're gonna go with that. Forward Cody is Forward Cody. They still have a lot of projects going. A lot of things they're working on. Legacy and a few of those kinds of things. Health and wellness, I didn't make the last meeting, but the accounts look good. I don't think there's been much change. We're just starting a new year. We'll meet again end of next week. That we get back together. So not much new on health and wellness. Urban Systems Cody is following through with the Bighorn Avenue crossing. Still, that's the main project that they've had. And then the light at, what is it? I think it's Blackburn. That should be going in wide up, as they explained to us in the STIP project. That funding should be next spring in order to get that stuff done. And I don't think much has happened between Lloyd and I with BLM, except the conversations that we've already talked about as far as 7RP. Lee?
Not a heck of a lot to update. We've got Casey McQuiston's coming in today to update on fee increases. Other than that, not much in my world.
Dam Advisory Board?
Yeah.
That one?
Dam Advisory Board, it meets the wrong time.
Well, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Travel Council?
Nope.
Okay.
A little bit of
That's
a
about it.
brouhaha, but that's been covered quite roundly in Facebook.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah.
Supervised treatment, just a little bit of an update. They haven't had a meeting, I'm not going there, but they are working with the city of Cody as we asked the mayors to all put something together on the opioid funds. Mayor of Cody, Matt Hall, actually really took that to heart and ran with it, and they had a fairly large meeting last week. I think there's one over in Powell in the next week or two, but they are encompassing supervised treatment, they're encompassing the counselors and law enforcement. And so they're kind of taking the burden of that, and they'll come back to us either end of September or 1st of October. Matt says he thinks they'll have most of it put together by mid-September, which is kind of our 65-day deal in the letter. So that'll be coming forward, but they are being involved with the supervised treatment.
Madam Chair, have they
Yes.
prioritized? Is it law enforcement first and treatment?
That's what they're still working on. It all has to do with, of course, prevention and those kinds of processes, but I don't know that they've gotten far enough to prioritize yet. That's just discussion on how they would do it, I think, for the most part.
Prevention has worked so good so far.
So far. Yeah. Okay. And WCCA, we don't really have anything except meeting at Waco, right?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner?
Well, I don't have a whole lot either. Weed and Pest, they're obviously real busy this time of year. That's starting to wind down, but you know, they do their thing, and I request, like most of the boards, if you want me there, I'll make a specific point to come to your meetings. Otherwise, I come when I can. The MTC local planning, same thing. The Predator Board, they're received about 90%, if I remember, of their funding requests, so they're doing fine. I don't know of any major issues with them that they have requested anything. The TC Visitor Center, same thing. No news is good news, kind of a thing. The PEP thing, I do need to work harder you are the liaison for that, but and that doesn't mean to toss it really through, but she asked me if I could attend that. Because you were busy, they were requesting I can't remember what they call the membership, but it's non-voting. Basically, they want you at all the board meetings, and I haven't been attending that. So I'll try and catch you up on those when I do attend those. Urban Systems, Powell, we only meet once a year, and there was a conflict. I don't remember exactly. I think, they held it on a commissioner date.
Oh, yeah.
I know Brian Edwards went to it. He didn't have anything to report on it. The Forest Service with Lee, same thing. She's coming into the BLM with Dossie. Yeah, we've been in communication with Kate. It's still great. The field office, great to work for. One little update that I didn't bring up this morning, we were kind of running behind with Brian Edwards on the 7RP. He did mention that the tribal elders are coming on the 20th at 12:30 for a visit. We are invited to attend. I will try to make that. But and on top of that, I tried to get an idea as to what they will get billing. The BLM, and then they'll send that to us, and we will have to pay for their expenses to come here and muddy the water.
Probably legal stuff out of the commissioners, because we have to have that in order to move forward with the road work.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
But
And that's September 20th, right?
September 20th, correct? Yes.
Anything else?
No.
Commissioner?
Basin Authority met, on the 19th. I talked to Jordy. It was just their general meeting for agenda or for, budgetary stuff, and I was out of town, visit with her about that, but I'll make sure I'll make that big meeting they have for basin-wide thing coming up, once I know. CYA Air is doing their blue moon or run with the moon or fly with the moon or
Run the runway.
I think it's changed a couple of times. I think it's on the 30th now.
Okay.
But probably the big one is gonna be the complex. You're gonna be doing voting new officers coming up.
Oh, the shooting complex. Yeah. Did you see the date on that meeting?
I have it. I don't remember,
I think I do have it.
but it's gonna be interesting, I think.
Yeah, they had a slate listed, so. We'll see where that goes. Have you been out there at all to make sure they're not using the portion that we don't have permitted to? Okay,
Yeah, that issue came up with a possible proposed this steel building. But when I talked to Tiger, he didn't know anything other than one of the members was looking at wanting to try to build something for law enforcement for a training facility.
oh,
And so I think he just went out kind of doing some research and on permit wise what it would take to do it, because they said there's nothing that the board or anybody's acting on out there.
September 12th, 6 o'clock.
Second Tuesday, right?
Okay. Anything else then? What's anybody's been up to besides calling baseball games?
I'm done with baseball. It starts next week,
Oh, football does? Oh, jeez.
25th.
Okay. And of course, been working on the HVAC thing, and we'll talk about that later today. Okay, so we are caught up until 10:45 when Casey McQuiston comes in. So we'll take a break.
I did
Molly?
find it interesting that Mr. Doherty stated in his last meeting that the subdivision he wasn't concerned about the subdivision.
Could I get an updated,
He
please
wants-
on
We're a few minutes early, but I think we can go ahead. Next thing on our agenda is Casey McQuiston, District Ranger, acting advisor for Shoshone National Forest North Zone.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you this morning. The topic I wanted to bring to the commissioners was the fee increase for our rec sites on the forest. It's been since 2006 that we had any kind of an increase, and just for some context, when we looked at the numbers, $1 in 2006, we need $1.54 to match that today. So an inflation rate cumulatively over those 17 years of about 50%, probably a little more. So we looked and felt like it was appropriate time to increase the fees on some of our recreation sites across the forest. These about 95% of those fees on our developed recreation sites are retained on forest. We use those fees for things like our campground host stipends, to pay for the contracts, to collect garbage, to pump the vault toilets. We use it for materials and supplies. If we need a contractor to do work out there, if we have a water system and we need a plumber, or the electricity and we need an electrician, those fees go for that. Any, like I said, basic materials and supplies, lumber, hardware for that. It'll pay for some of our seasonal rec crews salaries. So that's what those fees go for. We had fee increases anywhere from $5 to about $75. The $75 fee increases on the Sunlight Cabin. That was our largest increase on the forest. The fee increases were mostly on our sites that are most heavily used, and the range would go based on the amenities that were offered on the sites. And like I said, anywhere from $5 to $75. We also, campgrounds that had previously been donation sites, we raised the fees. We actually we're planning on implementing fees on those sites. Most of them are going from $0 to $10 a night. So I think I got kind of the information packet out to you all, so you could see where those fees were going. A number of the sites had some fees went up by 5. Well, I'll use Wapiti for example. On the basic campsites with no electricity, no water, fees went up by $5, and then all the way to the group sites where there is electricity, there is water, and there was a site for multiple units. It would go up by I think we had a couple of them $10 to $20. I guess maybe now I'd open it up for questions.
As long as you're not considering fee increase on your commercial operators.
That'll be
that's an entirely different topic.
Madam Chair, I do have a quick, and I guess it's not that big of a deal, but why aren't fees charged for camping at trailheads? Because there's like the Eagle Creek trailhead, you can pull in there and camp with your horses. You know, the only way you can camp is when you have horses. Same thing up there at Haska Sunlight, any of the trailheads, and even if it's just a minimal charge, I mean, I was curious why that was never a fee on those.
I think when we didn't have them, it was the thought that we also offered dispersed camping for folks that didn't have stock, and there was no fee associated with that. But we didn't necessarily want folks with stock to just kind of camp all over the place. We wanted to kind of concentrate that use, so people use the facilities there. So, you know, we didn't have an issue with, you know, if somebody tied up to any spot in particular, as kind of the disturbance that it's not used. It's definitely, we're still early in the phase on these things. I mean, it's something we could potentially consider.
I guess what would be the downside? Do you think you'd drive people away from using them if you were charging to camp with your horses?
I think that's the only, you know, possibility is, you know, we really want stock users to use those sites, versus just kind of picking someplace randomly, and then, you know, they're pulling in a trailer, they're trying to navigate that, and then too with the stock use, and
gotcha.
You know, they tie them up and they're gonna end up having a horse scratch away.
Commissioner?
So Casey, thanks for coming in. The fee increases on some of the that were previous donation sites, the smaller campgrounds, you know, like Sumter Sun, Little Sunlight things. So will you then have a host at those site campgrounds collecting?
No, we'll have a fee tube for
Okay.
folks to
So
deposit.
really nothing's really changed
Yeah.
other than
If-
it's a required donation now.
Yeah, you know, if we see issues crop up where we feel a host could, you know, kind of curb some of that, we may, but for now, no plan to.
Yeah, I just see a little public pushback of, well, you're calling, you know, you're just so you can hire more people. It's your reason for, you know, as long as the perception, I think, for the public is, you know, your increase is just to grow. And that's not, I understand where you're coming from and reading, especially, you know, cost of everything in 17 years of where we were doesn't really cover the added cost for all the different services that you provide. I understand that, but looking at, you know, some of these, it seems like these smaller sites are used more by locals, I believe. And those are the ones that are going to be saying, well, you know, all I doing now is paying for a host to tell me not to leave a can of pork and beans sitting out or something.
Yeah, and we definitely.
Plan right now is not to increase staff.
Right. Well, you know, we may still look at trying to increase some of our developer X staff to cover it, because the other thing we've seen over the past few years, I mean, it was somewhat surprising, but I guess not necessarily when you really think about it. Our use on the forest when COVID hit increased dramatically. And with that, you know, we saw a need for additional staff to cover some of the things that, you know, we saw as a result of that increased use, you know, greater wear and tear on our facilities. You know, we had a few outhouses that probably needed to get pumped a little more often. And again, with the increase in the cost of services, fuel goes up. Our garbage contracts go up, our bulk pumping contracts go up. So definitely, you know, potentially to put on more staff to keep up with the maintenance end of it. Not necessarily to put more hosts out. Although, you know, if we do identify issues that we think a host could help resolve, it's always something we would consider.
Yeah, and I heard the lagoon fees are going up, so.
That's what I was just gonna go over.
I've heard rumors.
Did you, I'm guessing you didn't get a whole lot of donations when you had the donation box set up? Or?
You know, there were a few. It definitely, by implementing a fee, I think it'll make a big difference. And you know, I guess the other part, and I believe the information was in the packet, but I would just mention, you know, we're still a pretty good deal as far as comparative to, say, like Yellowstone National Park to KOA campgrounds. Granted, some of the things that KOA offers is drastically, we don't have swimming pools or mini golf at any of our sites. But if somebody's just looking for a basic campsite, I know I stayed at a KOA outside of Douglas, Wyoming, about a month ago, and it was $50 a night for just to put a tent up. And so we're still a relatively good deal. Feel like even with these fees, we won't see a reduction in the number of people that are coming and recreating in the area.
Did you go through an extensive study on this fee increase or just a
I mean,
discussion?
like, you know, we did a lot of comparatives, you know, even compared to our neighboring forests, the Bighorns, the Custer Gallatin, Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming state parks. The Bighorns had a few campgrounds that, again, where it was minimal services, that were $7 a night. And if we had something comparative, we just went with around 10.
Yeah.
And then everybody else, again, I think the state park, the least expensive there is $35 a night. And other areas, like I said, KOA is $30 a night on up to, and I'm sure, you know, comparatively, when we start looking at sites for electrical, water, sewer hookups for campers. They're upwards of $100 a night. I think our most expensive, and that's a group site for campers, I believe is $90 a night. And that comes with water, sewer, electrical. So again, we're still, from 10 to $25 cheaper a night.
And you don't want to deal with dollar bills. I mean, keep it
Right,
yeah.
it keeps it simple for us too, with the nice round, $5 increments.
Right.
I don't see fish hawk in here, and I thought that was a donation. It is a horse trailhead, but I thought that was a donation thing there. Is that not changing? That one's not changing at all?
No change to that.
Okay. All right.
In case you might cover this, but when they do these online things, like Reserve Online, is a portion of that going outside of the forest? I guess what I was saying is that fees you collect go strictly to the Show National Forest, or does a portion of that go somewhere else?
A portion of it still goes somewhere. When they collect the fees online, that reservation system, rec.gov,
Right.
is not ours. It's a contractor, and so they do retain a portion of fees. Our fees that we collect, it's up to 95% are retained on the forest. Again, if it's one that we collect the fee directly, about 95% of that is retained on forest. Something where we have a contractor like rec.gov collecting that fee, it's different. I forget exactly what percentage they.
I think state parks is the same way with that Reserve America.
Yeah.
On one of your deals here, it says developed camping areas, and there's 5 new. Where are they at?
5 new areas. I think
They're basically like reading the developed camp area description as unimproved. Footprints were like I'm just throwing out Little Sunlight, the gravel pit beside it maybe, and I don't know if you're considering like Pilot Creek, the gravel pit area, is that one? I'm just curious where the 5 are.
Pilot Creek is not. I think the Little Sunlight is one of them.
Is one of them?
And then I think there's a couple more on the south zone on.
Okay. I
Washington
didn't find a list of
River.
where they were. It just says that there's 5 new.
I think the others are on Washakie and Wind River.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Washakie, it's the sites that are associated with climbing has become a big thing down there, and climbers have been camping dispersed, and we're starting to notice a definite impact from that. Not having a toilet facility for the climbers, not having designated campsites for them. So I know that's one of them that we're looking at. I'm trying to think. I can.
Well, I'm glad you see them being used as developed camping areas as opposed, because they don't fit, you're dispersed because it's supposed to be 1/4 mile from the road or something. And like Little Sunlight, I mean, it's right next to it, but people have been camping there for years.
Yeah, the 1/4 mile restriction is just on the North Fork. They have to be further than a 1/4 mile away from the road. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't pay no attention to your rules anyway.
The North Fork's the only place we have that prohibition where it's gotta be more than a 1/4.
Can't imagine if you did.
Yeah, and that one, I mean,
Big
that's
parks
for good
everywhere.
reason.
Yeah.
Cause when they can't find a spot in Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be bad. Any other questions, thoughts for Casey?
No, we got a year for a little while. I'll switch gears.
Okay.
And you and I have had this discussion multiple times, but what could we do to help on the national level, getting some more money in here for trails? I'm hearing the BT is in the same boat. I've talked to guys that have been running the BT and it's just a wreck over there. They're riding around trees and stuff they rode around 3 years ago. And from a national level, what is there anything the commissioners can do to help?
The support you guys do give us helps, showing, I guess, pointing to the forest and, that, our backcountry, the backcountry nature of the forest and maintaining our trails, I mean. I have to tread lightly on, I don't want to get to seem like I'm asking you to lobby.
We're not, we can't.
You know, I think opportunities like we had last year with the commissioners meeting with the congressional folks, having us engaged and have facilitating opportunities like that to talk about the forest. I think that helps a lot. You know, I'm trying to thread the needle.
Is it, in Casey, is it a? I'm trying to think of how to put this. Is it a lack of money issue or is it a lack of money in the right place issue?
The recreation budget for the Forest Service as a whole isn't really big. A lot of the focus in the past few years has been towards wildfire crisis strategy. The agency to, you know, work towards that, which it's a good goal because we've definitely had a lot of issues with it. But a lot of the focus is put towards vegetation management and the fire organization. I think right now 60% of the Forest Service budget goes towards wildland fire. So then timber is probably the next thing that they feed money to deal with that wildfire crisis strategy. Which again, another effective mechanism to do that when we're able to utilize it. And then, you know, recreation is kind of the next thing. And recreation, you know, the recreation interests are so diverse. And when those folks speak up, they don't really speak with one voice, you know, whether it be off-road enthusiasts, hiking enthusiasts, you know, stock users, they're all kind of going towards, you know, their respective interests. And so it's kind of tough to get money focused necessarily for any one of those things, but as best as we can, you know, we do, and then tapping into various partnerships like Shoshone Backcountry Horsemen, they're a huge help for us. Being able to utilize things like Montana Conservation Course through conservation helps us stretch dollars a little bit, but again, our recreation budget fairly lean.
And that's where I guess it needs to be an education tool deal, is because they call it recreation. It's like you're going out there and you're providing access to the forest for, you know, for recreation. But it's also, there's a commercial component to it. And I think when I pulled it up, you provide the number you provided for me. I think there's like $6 million worth of revenue that rolls through this. I don't know if it was North and South Zone, but it was a big chunk of money from a local community that's, you know, from a local economy that rolls over those trails. And, you know, we're being restricted. It's really tough to provide the service we want to provide, which is a commercial service. So,
and you and I have had this discussion. I think we, you know, with our trails in particular, and the intent moving forward this year is to get a group together, kind of like we had talked about. We actually could do a better job in where we're putting our effort. As far as I know on the north side, looking back at this year, we'll take a different approach. Cool. You know, years coming, and it'll be some more community engagement to, you know, scope out our trails program for
so let's not let that drop.
Definitely.
I have a suggestion, Madam Chair. You know, the National Highway Transportation and all that have recognized that diesel long haulers do have a lot more wear and tear on the trail, and maybe we need to get a bigger outfitter tax to, you know, since they're using them more, we could use that for trail building.
Anybody else have any thoughts? Anything else come to mind? I think you have, at least at the Park County Outdoor Rec Collaborative, you've had a member to be there, so you're aware of those projects and possibility of some collaborative work. Okay, in those issues. Okay. Anything else? Come to mind?
Thanks for the update.
No,
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to come meet with you.
Appreciate it. Okay, and if there's anything that comes up, let us know.
Definitely.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And we'll set up some time when Ken gets on board for
Okay,
him. to
That'd be
come in
great.
with You too.
Okay. all right, yeah,
I'm glad he's semi-local.
Yeah, like I said, he was in Red Lodge, so it's just 60 miles away.
Okay.
Dealing with some of the same issues, grizzly bears, increased use, same things.
Rogue outfitters.
no, because they're all down here anyway. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian's on his way over, Molly. Oh, what?
Oh, there was a map.
Couple maps.
Yes, I should have scrolled all the way through the 6 million pages.
Here you go, Lee. I showed up yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Lynn?
Yeah.
Where did it come from? Oh, that thing will, what's the travel speed on that thing? Oh, geez. Pilot?
Yeah. He landed.
Does he have a co-pilot?
Yeah, he had some medical purpose, so we were fly by or something.
Yeah, I know what made me box, very heavy, very heavy.
That's crazy.
Are you expecting very many to show up?
You never know.
Well, we'll wait a few more minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes early.
I doubt it.
Since they're openings, right?
Did you put a request out to find out how much it would cost? We're gonna pay to insure that building.
Yes.
Okay.
We're waiting to hear back.
All right.
more. Yeah.
M4. I say if we just charge them $1,000 a month, that ought to cover it.
Let's see where they finally made them official.
Who's that?
Might not.
Darren? Well, they had to jump through the hoops.
Right.
I mean, they technically didn't have to. He can appoint whoever the hell he wants, but. Nice and warm in here.
Hey, it's much better than yesterday when you
Really?
have a jacket on.
I think Long's just up there jacking with us, so that it makes us think we're, it makes us think we're really needing it.
Yeah. Yesterday, how cold was your office in the morning? 63 in the morning.
Nice.
No, I came in
They're
and she's
working
got her
hard at
letter
it.
wrapped and she says, I can't type. Her fingers were cold.
When I first moved that office down there, it never got about 52
Oh,
in the winter.
oh, no.
Just suck it out. Who was the construction manager on that one?
Don Wayne.
Yeah. Didn't touch Yellowstone Park. And liaison
Read that.
reports.
Do you have something you'd like to add?
No.
No, okay. We did the letters of support for the
Yeah.
projects. That are coming
We're supposed to have dinner with them at the Yellowstone Park cabin on July 23rd, so.
on July 23rd.
I mean,
You're late.
August 23rd, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Good night.
Tell them hi. So hopefully you'll be over sometime this fall. Give us an
If you-
update.
Has been invited?
No, do you want to invite him?
Yeah, I'll invite him.
Okay. See if he'll come over sometime this fall and give us an
He's
update.
not gonna talk about license plates.
No, that's okay. Understand. No, just give us an update on their, how things are going,
Yep.
what his plans are. That'd be great.
I can ask you.
Okay.
I have to get Coggins on my horses so I can go have dinner with him.
I knew you were questioning that.
Still.
Been that way for a while. All right, Brian, I think we can move
Yeah.
forward. The next thing on our agenda is Brian Edwards, County Engineer, Public Works Department. Open statements of qualifications for professional engineering and land surveying for services for the Willwood Road improvements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, it's been a project that we've had on the radar for several years now, so we're finally getting it kicked off, getting it to an engineering company to get started on it. We've got enough money in our county road fund to do a little over half of it. So we're just gonna have to see how it times out, but at least get half of it going and looking tentatively try to construct next summer if things go well, design through the winter. We put out requests for statements of qualifications and separate sealed price proposals. Advertised locally, of course, and then advertised in Billings, Bozeman, Casper. I think that might be maybe Sheridan, but we just we had a requirement of trying to have most of the team members within a like a 3-hour drive of the project, just because it's going to be pretty hands-on. So anyway, so we received 3 submittal packages, and I think they're all local. Engineering Associates, more summarily, and Adura.
When you talked about 50%, that's of the construction cost. The design will be for the whole thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
design will be for the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And by the time we get going, we should be close to have it. But by the time we get ready for the next phase. So the first one's Engineering Associates. Of course, we won't open the sealed price proposals today. They gave us several copies. There's really not anything to say today other than open them up and acknowledge them, receive them. And then we'll keep those until a selection's made. We plan on interviews. The last Thursday of this month, which I think is the 31st in the morning. The next one is more summarily. Oh, swag.
Oh, right.
Actually, it's a digital copy of the.
Oh.
I thought we were getting some swag there from them. Some more summarily, several copies. And then Adura. I'm not saying it right. Ardura. I think we got a rep from Ardura here today. Ardurra. Thank you. And that's several copies. So I would just like to keep the
Hello.
excuse me. Keeps copies of the sealed proposals, and once we select, we'll
Okay, we'll look through the money. Okay,
We'll hope to come back with a recommendation, the first meeting in September.
okay.
Commissioner Teal and a few others, a couple outside people probably too, will be on the interview selection committee.
It'd be September 5th.
Yes,
Okay. Molly will make note to check with you. Okay,
perfect. Thank you.
thanks.
Hey, Brian, you can be over there for a minute. I'm sorry, you gonna be over at your office for a minute?
I had a 12 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We'll see.
How important is township arranging?
Oh. I like that.
Okay.
We can.
Okay.
Way ahead of the game.
Everybody's making no snow work today.
That might be.
We could try to drive to Buffalo.
But we can go ahead and do this other, since I don't expect anybody else to come up to this discussion. We've had a lot of discussions around the courthouse lately. Been working with everybody on the HVAC. Brian and Trevor been working hard trying to get all of the logistics figured out. We've got one or two more things we figured out yesterday. I'm gonna pass these out. These are kind of a schedule that we've come up with so far. Zach, would like one of these as we work through it. Not everything's answered yet, but it's coming. So as we look through here, you can see what our plan is on moving everybody. Planning and zoning will probably be the first to move next week. And if IT has everything ready, so we have them listed for August. They're going up to the complex. And we have the assessor's office also moving shortly after that up to the complex once that wiring is finished for IT. And Public Works moving out to the modulars at the Game and Fish building as soon as the wiring and that hub is in to allow their work to be done. So those are the first three that are going to be leaving. You can see on here that we kind of put some of the things that they need in their particular offices. They've all been given blue tape. Put a piece of blue tape on the things you need to take with you. So as the crews move through, they'll see what all needs to be moved, whether it's desks or tables or boxes or a file cabinet or whatever. Trevor's providing boxes. Those kinds of things will be taken care of. The clerk and the treasurer are also putting 2 people each in Powell so that we will work with the Powell folks, and anything that they need from the clerk or the treasurer's office can be done from that location to alleviate a little bit of the issue here. We are not going to have our parking lot out here. The one adjacent to the building is for staging for the contractor and 1 lane through for the fire department. So this parking lot will not be used by the employees that stay here. The other parking lot at the back side of that parking lot is my understanding from Trevor will be the storage containers for the furniture that must come out of the offices that they don't need to take with them, but the offices need to be clear for the most part. So there will be furniture moved outside and stored while this is going on.
That's already blocked off.
Yeah, there's one out there. And
okay.
Another one coming.
Another one coming. Those are the kinds of things that we've moved through so far. Early September, public health moved to the coroner building. That's being finalized now. Actually, in order to move public health, the state had to be notified and approve the plan. So that's in the works right now to where the state is looking at that. Colleen, you had your hand up for a second.
Oh, it doesn't matter. We may only send one.
Oh, okay. But your services will still be completed. Yeah. Oh, okay. So then we're following with as soon as Public Works is out of their offices, Public Works and Landfill, then the clerk's office and the treasurer will move over there into that building along with the postage meter, and things will be set up over there for them to be able to work. IT or county attorney, that one's a little spread out because the county attorney has offices in the addition. Those will be moved downstairs into public health into this building so they can stay around. Brian and the other secretary will stay in their offices until this building needs to be cleared. And then we'll work on that process. IT is going to be all over the place. They're going to keep one downstairs if they can stand it in that workroom, although there may not be any airflow, heat or cold in that half. So they're not sure how long they can stay down there. They will have one probably at law enforcement and 1 or 2 at the complex and probably 1 in Powell because of the work being done over there. Basin Authority is moving out completely. They're going to, they're actually looking at a rental space for them. It's helpful for them to be out for two reasons. Number one, there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done in that space, plus the fact that they will not move back in even when that building's done, because we'll probably move the clerk of circuit courts down there. And we'll use what's considered the old Barling room for Judge Dara to finish up his circuit court work when we shift from this building to that building, as far as moving people back in. So there's a little process that's going to take place. A couple of people will be moving, maybe more than once, but Basin Authority said they can do most of their stuff out of here. Clerk of District Court was a little bit of a hang up because of the court schedules, the way they've got basically 2 courtrooms running almost mid-November. So we talked to the contractor, and because of Colleen's issues of needing to be back in the clerk's office by the 1st of March, if at all possible, for elections, they're going to start in the clerk and treasurer's office and then go upstairs. So the courtrooms have a little bit longer to be able to move. They will be moving district court to upstairs here into circuit court, and this room will both be used for district court. And Judge Dara, if he absolutely has to come over here, can use this or the old law library. The old law library will be used for jury people. We know that Don Shreve Youth Services is just going out on a laptop and for his work in Cody and using the Powell office for that. County commissioners will be going to the complex. We'll be meeting in the Grizzly Room. We booked that through May, I think, June, somewhere in there. Don't know how soon we'll get back. Just kind of depends on how work goes. But they do have room to store our chairs. We'll be working off our laptops, except for Colleen's deciding what's going to work with her being able to take minutes. Mike does know that they will be setting up and taking down on all those Tuesdays, because that's the only option we have. Because that room is so booked by other people. Circuit court, like I said, the judge and at least one clerk are going to Powell daily. They'll be using the courtroom over there. The district court 3 employees are moving into Molly's office. So as soon as everything is settled up at the complex with planning and zoning in those areas, Molly will probably move on up there to get things ready for us to go. Mike would like her to move up there by that last week in September so that we can run a test on everything with how things are going to work up there. Custodial staff will be coming through here tomorrow or the next day and taking down all of our major hanging things, which all need to be off the walls. And that's going on in every office, and they're packing those away, and they'll be back when we get back. The things that we've left kind of hanging that we're working on still. The mailbox question, Colleen and I are meeting with the postmaster this afternoon to see how that's going to be handled. As most of you are aware, all the mail for the courthouse, district court, comes into a set of boxes that's in the addition that will not be reachable while the contract's in play. So we need to figure out a different way. We're going to talk to them about holding it, and the departments, the ones that are complex, can walk over and get theirs. Otherwise, Colleen will send somebody up to get it on a daily basis. The other thing will be keys, IDs. Molly and I've looked at, we're probably going to just get some lanyards for the IDs, and law enforcement's working on the IDs. And the parking issue, we're just going to have to deal with. People are going to have to realize that there's going to be a little scarcity on parking around here for a little while as that goes on with this parking lot out of use. That one a little bit smaller. That's just the way it's going to be for a little while. I am going to visit with Mike Darby and kind of warn him because people are going to try to use that parking lot over there. And I don't know what his thoughts are going to be, but I think I'm going to aware of what we're doing just in case he may have a little bit more traffic over there. And Public Works is going to work hard on signs, moving where people are, both in the complex and down here, as to what can happen there. And IT put this listing, a similar listing, with departments, where they move to, when they're moving, and the phone numbers for those departments on our website, so people can contact that office and figure out where they are if they have a question about where they're going. Brian, I miss anything from our last 3 weeks?
Pretty well had it covered. We're got a lot of requests on the sign, so we're starting to try to figure that out. Trying to make sure everybody's covered there on requests.
Okay.
Brian, have you guys put in new locks on those modulars yet? I don't believe so. I'm sure there's keys somewhere, but I think you're probably better off just. I mean, there's a whole jar full of keys in there on the old front desk in the old Game and Fish building, and they might be in there. And if you're good with using those, great. Otherwise, you're probably going to want to, relock.
I know Trevor's got keys
That's just do the doors that they've been leaving the ones unlocked. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
On the parking, trouble removal, I think we need to reach out to the high school and stress very diligently that if they are parked in, we will tow, we will not warn, we will tow. Because we're gonna be short as it is on where to park. So if we average 5 to 7 tickets per day, for lack of a better way of saying it. Teenagers that park in our parking lot and teachers. So I think we just need to let them know over this course of time, there won't be a warning, you'll just be towed.
Signage.
It says right out there. you will be towed.
But I don't think under state statute, you just have to tow.
That's why we always give a warning,
You can't
and then they
fucking-
never park over there again. I mean, we keep track of the license plates that duplicate. And once we give them a warning, they never, but we just, we're not gonna have time to walk the parking lot.
I'll just have the new high school principal give them a.
Yeah, and
Tell 'em-
they're really usually pretty good about it. I just think we need to stress it a little bit more.
Okay.
And telling them that, we're gonna be short parking as well.
What else comes to mind? Trevor does have he's talked to a couple of the companies here in town that have moving staff. And there's a few different things that are gonna happen at different times of when their availability is, so we might not be using one at the same time all the time, but. He is gonna get a little bit of help. We don't have enough buildings and ground staff to move all this stuff at one time. So they'll be using a little bit of either cook storage or truck guys or some of those that have the ability to provide that help. So they'll be doing the logistics.
Madam Chair, just the stuff on wall, is that just for dust?
Mainly that, yeah, just don't want to be responsible. Some gets hit with the ladder or damage or,
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Madam Chair, when they did the courthouse addition, they were able to shut down the street between there and stage stuff. Is there any thought about that?
Never came up.
We
When they
talked
did the
about-
addition, they shut that whole street down for almost a year.
They did.
Wow.
We talked about maybe trying, back, when we were talking about people parking there and having to go back and cross with public parking in our employee parking lot and going back and forth. Just maybe for safety purposes, maybe. Trying to talk to the city about closing that street, but.
I don't think we
There would
talked
be
about this.
quite a bit of kickback or pushback from the school district. I think if you shut that road down during
We
school
shut that
season.
one, yeah, because we're 3/4, they fill a lot of those spots.
Yeah, but we cut down a lot of trash.
We cut down on a lot of trash.
Madam Chair, will we have an actual list of when the actual construction is taking place in these different sections?
Just between the two buildings, because Brian wants to keep them moving, is my understanding. So we do know that he'd originally 2 weeks ago said November 1, but when we pushed for a March 1 back with the clerks, the sooner we get the clerk out, they're gonna start with the equipment that they have. There's still some parts coming in and things like that, but right now the start date is a little bit pushed back into October, at least in the clerk's office.
Yes,
Is all we know.
Depending on when we get parts,
Right.
and things like that,
Right.
but yeah, it should be, we're hoping early October, based on by the time everybody's out, gets their clerk and treasurer are gonna be out fairly soon, so that's the game plan, and then it's the schedule as far as the transition from the addition to this old courthouse is a little fluid right now, just because it's just gonna depend on how quick that goes. And, they may, as they're finishing out something there, we may try to clear a floor here, like the basement or something like that, so that's tentatively March-ish, February, March, when we'll be doing that, but up in the air a little bit.
The state IT, all of their equipment's going to the law enforcement basement to store out of the 2 courtrooms, because we don't have room in this building to keep it in. It can't stay outside. It can't get that quick. So they're moving it all down, and the sheriff has agreed to put it in their basement area. So we're okay there. Mike knows what goes out of this room once the contract starts on this side with changing out our IT stuff. that'll
Getting
be
rid
gone.
of this.
This will be gone and we'll go with the wall boards for now. I'm still checking on a couple other things with our room. We'll go from there. So that'll help, but it'll be a little bit over time. I'm sure as soon as we're done in here and district court's moving in, the big stuff will leave because they don't need that in here. And the state will be doing their wiring, so.
Don't be surprised if you come back, this quarter's gone. Take it. Have to the judges.
The judge is gonna sit right here.
Oh,
Safety wise, he needs to have an out, and so they are gonna put a table here. So that nobody can come through this way, and he will be coming in. Judge Simpson will be in Joy's office. Everything that's left in the courthouse is district court, circuit court, and county attorney. Are basically all that are gonna be left here. Everything else is out of here somewhere. So. And I don't know how many of them we'll get back. That'll be the next plan. Okay.
Judge Livingston's here. Yeah, right.
Judge Livingston's chair. Yeah.
Hate it.
The only thing that he asked for us when Judge Simpson was in here with me the other day is that this will be cleared because our laptops, IT will put them away. And he said this stuff can stay if we'd like. My thought is we just stick it up in the holder thing. So it
Throw
doesn't
away the stuff that I'm
You could throw some away if you so choose, it's up to you, but anyway, to just not have stuff stay here that would conflict with anything from the court. And there could be other judges, that's what district court, I didn't understand about some of their schedule, I knew about Judge Overfield, but I didn't know that there were other judges that come up from the state at times on different cases and are required to handle some of these things that have conflict, so we could have any other judge in here too, and so just to make life easier for them. Okay. The other thing, we're checking on the asbestos thing, so we're chasing that a little bit.
I didn't find anything.
Okay.
The judge will probably want this left here.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you want to leave that in the center when you leave? Okay.
All right.
So Zach, is there anything else you need from us right now that you've got that? Okay, appreciate it. We'd like as much public notice as we can get so that the public understands that it's something that has to happen and we're sorry for the inconvenience, but we don't have any options. So appreciate their patience till we get through this. Okay, anything else on that subject? Okay. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Good work. session. Thank you, Molly. Representative Winters, if you'd like to join us. The next thing on our agenda is House District 28 Representative John Winter to discuss the state proposed shooting complex. Give us a little update on what's happening there.
Thank you, Dossie. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and try to familiarize you folks with this effort. I'll start out with the email from Pepper Otten. If you want to follow along.
Okay.
Pepper is a member of the House of Representatives down there, and she is one of the task force members for the shooting complex. And I'll just start out with the Senate File 169 was the bill that got passed this last session to enable the task force to talk about this shooting complex. And the governor is really high on the thing. He thinks it's something that Wyoming could really use. And he's putting a lot of effort towards it. He's enlisted the help of, there's 2 representatives, 2 senators, and then some agency people from the state, as well as several folks from different groups around the state who are interested in this sort of thing. So it's a really a big deal. It's a real opportunity for Wyoming to come up with a complex that will really attract a lot of folks from around the country. Pepper continues on here. She talks about a website, the wildledge.gov website, wherein they have a survey on that website. And if you can probably find it if you're better at that technology than I am. But the purpose of that is to try to get as much information as they can from the general public as to their interest and the things that they think might be good to include into that shooting complex, and just to make people aware of this whole effort. So it would be good for you to log on to that and tell your neighbors and friends to do the same and fill out that survey. It would really help, I think. So the meeting that started out, the first meeting was in Casper on the 14th of July. And I took it upon myself to go down there and participate, or at least listen to it. And it was well worth my time, I believe. The main thing is I'm able to inform the different counties that I'm responsible for. And I just come from the Bighorn County Commissioners meeting this morning. So I've spoken with the Hot Springs County Commissioners, and the Fremont County Commissioners have kind of put the onus on the mayor of Shoshone. He's really interested in it, and he's kind of taken a hold and is pushing it from the Fremont County end. So the whole idea is to get this the best complex imaginable for the state of Wyoming, and it will enable the state to attract shooting out groups from all over the country. And it's really an important effort, I believe. And I think the governor is really pushing this thing. So there's been an effort to come up with funding, and so far we have $10 million appropriated. See, $2.5 million from the Game and Fish, $2.5 million from the Bureau of Tourism, and $5 million from the general fund from the state. So I really think it's probably going to cost us twice that to get it done the way we want it, but there is other funding available. And I mean, a lot of different groups and individuals may be interested in donating to this if they really get interested in it. So that's why we need to get as many people involved in it as we can. The task force, part of the task force anyway, went to Colorado here a week or two ago and visited the Cameo Shooting and Educational Complex down there near Grand Junction. Pepper was there, and some of the information she brought back was they have one director, 4 full-time employees, 8 to 16 part-time, and they have 160 volunteers. So it's there's a lot of involvement there from a lot of folks. And it's going to benefit whichever community gets this, or whichever area in the state. They're going to really benefit in a lot of ways, just economically anyway, from working with this effort. The next meeting for this task force is in Riverton at City Hall on the 27th of September. So mark your calendars, and if you can have time, it would be good to go down there and listen to what they have to say. I've also included here a listing of the members of the task force, and it might be interesting for you to, I'm sure you folks know a lot of these people, and just don't be afraid to visit with them and express your thoughts with them, and try to help them wherever you can. I'll go to the Wyoming Shooting Complex. There's about 8 pages there. As I indicated, the governor is really pushing this. He was on a Zoom when this first meeting was conducted in Casper, and he just, as he says here, it's a better way to preserve our respect for the Second Amendment, firearms, and marksmanship. So I've talked about the task force, about its makeup, and Larry Hicks is the chairman. He's Senator Larry Hicks from Baggs, and he is really interested in this as well. He's pushing it pretty hard. He was the one that sponsored the bill that passed in the Senate and the House. So the vision is for a complex to be far more than just a shooting range. It's to build a complex that would rival several already in other states across the region. It would be world class, and it would involve all types of shooting sports, including pistol and long range rifle shooting, black powder, archery, shotgun sports, and also these action shooting events, I guess, wherein these horses are used, and so it could be a very big deal. And they're also talking about having a 2,000 yard range, which is a long ways. And in order to do that, we're going to have a lot of real estate to work with. And it's my understanding that the BLM has been mandated to work with different government agencies, and we can, in the end, get title to that property if we need it. So we just need to go out and pick out an area that we want to use, and go to work on how to get the property appropriated. So I've spoken with the Forward Cody organization, James Cosins, and he's all hot and bothered with this deal too. He's really
He's sitting behind you.
okay. But I really enjoyed visiting with him. He had a lot of great ideas, and we're looking forward to working with him where we can. And so I would just hope that you folks could help him get something done. The Bighorn Basin, it appears from what I've been reading that the Bighorn Basin is one of probably the best areas in the state because of wind. I mean, Cody has plenty of wind, but there's lots of places in the Bighorn Basin that do not, and or it's limited. And so if we can join forces with the different counties, I think we could probably get this thing accomplished and get it up in this area. I know Fremont County is all gung ho, and they will support us if it's determined that the best site is up here. So they're ready to work with us wherever. So we got basically 5 counties. I haven't talked to anybody in Washakie County yet, but 5 counties up in this part of the state that if we all band together, I think we can really come up with a good program. I think I mentioned that we have $10 million appropriated for it through the different agencies and the state legislature or the state general fund. So there's other things to consider here for a good site, and proximity to an airport is one of them. Utilities at the building site, the availability of lodging and amenities, and we need to think about the other folks that will come with these shooters. They need a place to go and to enjoy themselves as well. And it'll just make things a whole lot better. And the Bighorn Basin is just loaded with good places to go and visit and things to do. So that we have a lot of really good possibilities up here. We talked about wind. We all know about Don Day, the state meteorologist that's always on the radio. He's quite a shooter, and he claims that the wind is a big problem, especially for some of these big cities in the state that are there's some of them really interested in having this complex in their area. Casper for one, Rock Springs for another. I know I don't know if you folks know Pat Sweeney. He was a legislator for quite a while from Casper, and there was at that meeting, the mayor of Shoshone was claiming that Fremont County is the center of the state. But Pat Sweeney said that Casper was the heart of the state. So we know from that there's going to be a lot of competition. So
Sure.
Anyway, the Bighorn Basin keeps coming up as a great place for a shooting complex. And I hope we can pursue that and make it come to fruition. So I don't know if I mentioned that this long range range would be, they're talking about a 2,000 yard range. And as I said, that's going to take a lot of real estate to accomplish that. So I think we can find that here in the basin, several places probably. So that's basically about all I have. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer. If not, I'll find out what the answers are. One thing, South Dakota is building one right now over there around Rapid City. It's a 400 acres complex, and it's already jumped to the $20 million. So it's going to be an expensive proposition, but I think if we want to do it, it'll happen. So I guess that's about all I have.
John, appreciate you coming up here and sharing this with us. Do they have an idea of acreage that they're looking at? I know everyone's saying it's going to take a lot, but and maybe Aaron has an idea, being on the task force, if they have an idea of a ballpark acreage they're looking for.
Yes, I've heard 2,000 acres.
I don't have it.
Well,
I've got 35.
They're talking, they'll probably have an indoor complex as well as an outdoor. It'll all be one complex, but although we could put part of it in one spot and part of it in another town or spread it out somewhat too, if we find a better location somewhere else. So there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of different ideas that could be developed. So, but I will certainly help where I can, and I would recommend that you folks decide one of you would like to kind of take it on as a project and kind of be the go-to guy. Right now, Hot Springs County assigned that particular effort to Paul Galovich. He's the new commissioner there in Hot Springs County. He's also a long-range shooter, and Paul has gotten a group of folks together for a committee. And a couple down there that you might want to talk to as well, and some of you may know them. It's Paul and Cynthia Garvin. They're affiliated with the State Shooting Association, and they're involved in that with that committee with Paul. So and contact me anytime, and I'll be happy to help you where I can. So
John, will the task force make the recommendation to the governor, or is it governor's final say where the location may be?
I'm not sure how that's going to work, Scott, but they have or will have some kind of a point system to determine which spot will work the best. And that's where all of us come in to promote that. So whenever they're trying to develop that system right now. So they have about a 2-year program to work with. So we have quite a bit of time, and so I think we're gonna have a good product in the end. So
I think we have had, as James has mentioned in the past, we have had a group that has started to look at this from our area, from the county. I don't know that any one of us are involved in that directly, but certainly in communication with that group that are starting to see what they can put together from this area. So I don't know, James, if you want to update us on you guys' meetings or thoughts, or.
I don't know if you guys know Aaron Davis or Aaron task force from the state. He had a lot of really good comments that need to be related to accommodations and distances. I don't know if you have anything you want to share, Aaron, kind of what you thought looking at for the initial meeting. I think there was some big things.
Yeah, there's two things I could do if you guys are interested. One of them is maybe share just a little bit about like my perspective on how the task force is going to function and how that is going to come together. And maybe the second one would be some recommendations for what next steps would be for this area to get ahead of the curve on I guess evaluating the area and putting the marketing pitch together.
that's really important. This marketing thing is what's going to win it over, I think. As I said, some of these other counties are pretty hot to trot on it. Rock Springs is working hard on it. I understand they've been working on it for a while. I've heard ever since that bill got passed, but we still have plenty of time and we can get it accomplished. I mean, I can tell there's a lot of interest here and a lot of experience, and so I'm confident we're gonna put in a good effort anyway.
So Darcy, what we're doing is we've been asked to facilitate the process. So certainly there's enough people that know about shooting ranges and shooting complexes that probably will serve as the lead. We're going to be the convener to help people come together. But the issues that are around here, the shooting part of it will probably be designed by a professional organization who knows what they're doing. What's more important is to deal with some of those other issues like the number of accommodations, the number of people that can provide food service, the ancillary amenities in the community that you can get to be partners in the process. But maybe most important is the air service. How do you get people to it? You're dropping 400 people in the community for a weekend shoot, and your plane comes in twice a day with 50 people. That doesn't work so well. So we have to figure out how we can either get second hub service for planes into the market on those particular days. Obviously they have to be advertised months ahead of time, so we may have to look up our schedule. That might require us to do some guarantees. So there's a million things that we have to think about that have nothing to do with pulling the trigger. It's all that background work. And so what we're going to try to help do with about a 25-person list that we have to come up start bringing people together and say, okay, Johnson, you get the head of transportation, because, oh, by the way, if you're 10 miles out of town, we don't have enough rental cars, we don't have enough bus transportation, we don't even know how we get people out to that site, so the logistics of this thing get to be frightening. And for those of you who remember when the National Shooting Sports Foundation came to Cody about 7 years ago, we had 400 shooters. It was a real challenge to get those people all out on time to the shooting complex and come out north of town. So we've got a lot of those things that we have to start working through, because we have to have answers before, I'm guessing, maybe Aaron, what, August, September, they'll be doing their final read on the RFPs. And so that's kind of why we're starting now. We do have a lot of time, but frankly, John, it's not about it. There's a lot of these things that don't take that much time. They tell us that the decision will be cast at the legislative session for 2025. It is the legislature that decides it. Then they'll go through their contracting process to make the monies available. I don't think this thing will see a single shot fired until 2026 or later. So we've got some time when that happens, but up front, we've got a lot of answers to become. So.
Is there anything that you need from us
I
or
would like
just?
one of the commissioners to be on that task force, if they would, that would be very helpful.
Madam Chair and James, what's the time commitment for that, and when is the time frame of the time commitment?
So, first meeting next week, next couple of weeks, we'll set up and kind of delegate people to go out and do their homework to figure out different pieces and parts. And then we'll just come back in and report back and kind of flesh out what people are doing. Chances are it might take, 10, 15 hours a month for a while.
I mean, I'd be willing to do it, but you know what I'm headed into.
I
But it's up, it's up to the rest of the board. Pardon?
Whatever inputs you could provide.
Well, we do have the shooting complex liaison sitting over there. But no, I'd be willing to do it if the rest of the commissioners, unless there's someone else that's jonesing to do it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Just keep us apprised, or if it needs to come back, or we need to group or meet with anybody else or the other counties as we progress. So we can maybe have a united front as we come forward, then just let us know what we need to help.
So that's going to be very political.
We need to be able to answer the questions like James said. That's gonna be a big item in the end. We need to have all the answers for them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and filling us in on what's happening there. And see what we can come up with. Thanks, Aaron, for coming today.
Thank you.
If you think there's a time in the next month or two that you want to update us, let me know. We'll get it on the agenda, and just if we need to pull in more info or whatever, that'd be great. Okay, thank you.
What are you thinking at the first meeting?
Probably the end of next week is. You're gone already. So is John. I was trying to do it Friday, but nobody's around Friday.
Yeah,
Middle of the week better for you?
no, I'm gone. I'm starting this weekend. I'm gone for a full 10 days.
Okay.
So
I'll just.
I'm looking at probably around the 1st of September, 20.
Maybe we do it the week after Labor Day.
29th.
Everybody's it's school.
You got my number.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
I mean, the difficulty is gonna be finding real estate that has capability of infrastructure needed.
Sure.
Yep.
We have a lot of open space, but
Yeah, power,
that's all development, we don't have water.
right,
Most of
water,
it.
water, and yep, all that. Okay,
And I know that John is talking, it's a Bighorn Basin. Let's find it somewhere in the Bighorn Basin. But if air service is a critical component, that leaves one place.
and rental cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely fit the bill for amenities.
Right.
Right here in Park County. The difficulty I see is the real estate, having the infrastructure is needed for that, or the lack of the wind.
If you could,
It's
In my corner, we have good water, but
right.
the
The
wind
wind,
is,
the wind blows in Clark.
it's unpredictable. I mean,
well,
Fremont's excited about Shoshone.
So
Yeah.
they have the same issues that we have here, so.
Yep.
Even if there's,
We have better amenities for it.
yeah,
The other thing that's changed is in the initial bill, from my understanding, is the initial discussions is they did not want to use public lands involvement.
Well,
because
that's
they were
what I
worried about
understood
being
too,
able
and
to
now
pull it
that-
back. Because that process is a long process to turn that deed in, and if you get all this planned and get it all done, and something happens in Washington and they say no. You're back to
well, then
square one.
that's where you need to start, you need to start looking at state lands and.
Right, state
Right,
lands,
state,
I
right.
understand, yeah, state would work, but when he talks about BLM or something, it's like.
But you're gonna need more than state land because, you know,
Yeah.
most state lands are sectioned to 640 acres and
Right.
for 2,000 yard shed, you're gonna need, a minimum of 2 sections and they're gonna have to be laid out just right.
Mhm. Well, just, that's what the research will look for, I guess. Okay, well, Lee will keep us apprised or something comes up and you can't, maybe call Scott Stewart and he can.
I think we need co-liaisons.
Should be.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great if you would.
And something like this would put the Cody Shooting Complex out of business, so. No, it wouldn't, no, Cody Shooting Complex would just be what they really want it to be, which is a good old boys club. Oh, that's what it would do. This sounds more like a country club, yeah.
Well, in
And
reading,
they were having a wedding at the one.
exactly. The reading part of it, it could also double as a conference
No, it was a
center.
convention center, Cody Convention
Whole new
Center.
idea, okay,
Oh, yeah.
getting a little deep here, okay. There's nothing else on the agenda, gentlemen.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn, all those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.